Okay. Kind of testing doing both a YouTube and Facebook stream simultaneously. It looks like it's better. Thank you, Angry. But I am live to take answers on YouTube and also on Facebook. Under Facebook is also Mars Embassy. And of course, on Facebook, there is no money being made from that. Now, I was looking for something. Yeah, there we go. So, hopefully you can hear me loud and clear. I'm on this side of the pad because this is where the sun would be up in the background. Like I say, I'm not sure how long I will be here for. It is hard to get a good connection out here. I was going to go on the other side, but there's a lot of employees coming in, and with all their gear and stuff, I didn't want to take up their spots. We can hear some hissing going on over there. Just ambient pressure. It's cool to hear. You know, I might be able to hear that. Let me see if the camera's pushing out. Okay, now the audio on the camera's not coming through. And just to let you know, I have been seeing quite a few trucks the past few days. This is another one with liquid oxygen. So they are filling the fuel farm. I've also seen a lot of trucks of water. They usually come in at this entrance over here. And right around this floor here on the tower is where the quick disconnect arm is attached. Of course, on the screen here is the PDF from the FAA for the environmental assessment. If there's anything y'all want to talk about in that, I'll be glad to go over things on that and what my opinions are. It's 151 pages. There's a lot to read. I myself have not been able to read all of it. I've been keeping quite busy. So if anybody else joins the channel, please let me know. Give a shout out in the channel. Say hi. If you can feel free to answer any questions. I can throw your questions up on the screen for all to read if you want. Angry for reading things over there. I am going to pause the stream real quick and I will disconnect from Facebook. I'm just testing on that, so it's not really a popular one yet for me. But that might give me a little better quality. Pausing. Okay, we should still be up and running. For an orbital launch, for a test orbital launch, I'll say you'd be kind of surprised. maybe by the end of the year. March 2022 is kind of far away. They have a lot to do. And, you know, I don't mean as far as a lot to do. Well, I mean, you could be right. I do know, you know, that is several months. And if we want to realistically start getting to Mars and the Moon, we have to go a hell of a lot. We can't sit here and wait months. The first thing to do is to get this bird in the air, sure it can go to orbit. That way it can start delivering payload to orbit. And that way, whenever they do have launches, they're delivering payload, even if it's their own satellites. The Starlink 2 satellites I hear are quite large, version 2. I think they may carry around Falcon 9, so they're kind of waiting on the Starship. So to get more Starlink satellites into orbit, they need this. And other people's payload as well. So what better way to test your ship, get paid to do it? You ship it up there, it paid for your flight, and then you can test your landing and work on that later. The ship is still cheap to produce the way they're doing it. You got to remember, they're not doing it as if, you know, as regular rockets. They're not spending years building one rocket. You know, you got the StarBase over here mass producing them. They're just cranking out rings, and they're doing it as a single line process and as automated as possible. Good morning, Team Space. I mean, they're working as fast as they can, doing this as mass production on an assembly line, rolling them off one after another. And they're getting backed up. So they're ready to start launching. If we're going to be able to get off this planet and to the moon, we got to do a lot quicker testing. And in my opinion, it's cheaper to launch one of these starships, to build and launch a starship, than it would be for the Falcon 9s. I don't know if I can get the Milky Way here, or not the Milky Way, but the Orion's belt. I don't know if the stream will show these stars or not. I see little stars, but kind of hard to do. When is sunrise? Sunrise is about, I think, an hour and a half. I have to look on my sky view here and see where the sun is. At least the sun is a little more reliable than, I have to say, UPS. Yeah, the sun's on the horizon. Actually, it should be coming up at 7:30, 7:38. around 7:30. So about an hour. And it should be coming up, well, according to this, probably in between, or right behind the tower. But first Mars will be coming up, but it'll be kind of hard for me to catch that on the stream. Some more equipment I want to be able to get a power camera so I don't kill through these batteries. There's a couple other cameras I want to pick up to make life a little easier. But I didn't bring the other camera, the P1000, that can really zoom in. Yeah, I think Mars is a little nervous. Anybody who's living on Mars, they're probably getting ready for an invasion. That does look like kind of a mess there, doesn't it? It was quite windy yesterday. It's still a little breezy now. You can tell that the winter's gotten here. It's gotten nice and chilly, which I like. I am seeing people running around and wearing jackets now, trying to keep warm, because they're not used to the colder weather. But when it's chilly like this, the sky and the atmosphere is so much clearer to see. And I do love going on the northern part of South Padre Island, because there's absolutely no lights anywhere out there, and you can see the edge of the Milky Way galaxy and everything. I keep trying to listen in to see how my audio is. It's just kind of annoying because it's like a half a second delay. And whenever you listen to yourself talk, you have a tendency of slowing down, waiting for your words. Hopefully the mic is working good. I have actually been down here for over a year now. My car has been officially down for over half a year. I'm still waiting to get that back. Yeah, I do know Boca Chica and I do know Starship. I'm trying to do live streams over here. It's hard. Down here, trying to make a living, I've been driving Uber on the island, and right now with the car being down, all I can do is Uber Eats. So it's been very tight. But I do know a lot of employees over here, and I give them rides to work. That's why I'm here this morning, dropping someone off. I'm debating about going back to the island and trying to do some Uber Eats, but yet I got to be back here at 1 to pick someone up. So it's one of those things, do I hang out here until 1 o'clock? That's a long time. I don't know if my camera batteries would last that. That's why I need the external charger. I was not anticipating coming back to pick at 1 o'clock. So I didn't bring extra charger to charge my camera battery or the AA batteries or anything with me. If I would have known that, I would have brought those with me. It'd be nice to have it in a go bag, so it's like, that's why you almost need twice of everything you need. I am working with trying to get a SIM card for my device that I'm using to stream. I have a lot of nice features with that. I love the way I throw in bring up a PDF in here and kind of go over stuff with y'all. and stuff if I need to do that for presentations. Yeah, Jordan is a force of nature. He is not someone you want to get on his bad side. Yeah, it's a big debate of when they're going to be going to orbit. A lot of people want to read the PDF document from the FAA in one way. But judging how they are fueling the fuel farm and how they're going, I am saying in November, by the end of the month, they could launch. FAA just has to say you're clear to launch. There's a lot of stuff that, you know, people say that FAA is going to require SpaceX to need, but they don't need it. It's not a requirement. The desalination plant is something that SpaceX will like to have in the future. And the PDF goes what SpaceX plans are for that and what they're looking at doing. March 2022, that might be a little hard date since we're looking more towards a spring break time and it's very busy and stuff here, and these cooler months off season, it's a lot slower. Easier to get road closures. No one's going to the beach. People are in school, you know. It would be more ideal. And, you know, the weather's good. In these fall and winter months, it is so clear. It's like when I watched serial number 8 on December 9th, it was crystal clear. You could see the video that I had of that. You know, you could see everything nice and clearly, and that was from my iPhone before I had a good camera with me. You know, as I've mentioned to Jordan, you know, I came down here to watch an engine test in October. I did not plan to stay. I still don't have all of my stuff. I'm staying in a hotel. It's not easy being in a hotel for a year with no kitchen. I don't think we're going to have numerous static fires. We might have a couple. They have gotten so good at being able to get the data they need from a static fire and to shut it down. You know, they can always just go for a launch. If they detect something, shut it down. It's not like they're doing a full duration green run type of engine test. That would be kind of cool to see, but with these engines, I don't know if they can handle that. But and to have enthusiasm, hoping for a launch and stuff is always hard to do. it's been kind of hard on me, you know, coming down here just originally to look for a static fire and just kind of hanging out and not leaving, and get kind of hooked after a while. You know, last year I've been down to Cape Canaveral, about 9 launches total. I didn't film any of them, except for one on my phone. It's one thing to watch a launch through a lens of a camera. It's another one to watch it directly. Yeah, they do tend to swap a lot of engines. And there are various reasons why they do. It may not because the engine's bad. It just may not have performed exactly the way they wanted it to. Oh, sorry, I just turned off the camera. Put it back on here. That's the one thing about using multiple cameras. Get used to button different on the other one. See a nice little blue glow. And I'm actually going to, while y'all are here, I'm going to switch to the PDF file only because I want to change this camera lens. The zoom lens is nice, but with the sun coming up, I want to have the wider lens on here, if y'all don't mind. And looks like everybody else is setting up for a sunrise shot as well. I think that is Mary, Boca Chica girl. Whoop, as I kick my tripod. Take that lens cover off. Switch back to live view. Okay. Yeah, we got people setting up for the sun coming up here. And not how quick. Yeah, I mean, if you have 3 engines, is performing not as, you know, a little bit under as the others, you want to swap that out because you want to try to have uniformity. You don't want half the ship having more power than the other. You need to balance those out. That's one of the hardest things about the engines. And remember, all the engines are still just test engines. They're not the final design. They're still on these. I should be able to change this battery pack while it's on. Yeah. But we're here for the sunrise. Hopefully my batteries will last. Like I say, I do want an external dummy battery that can run off of my backup. But trying to come up for that right now. Right now it's like, do I want to eat or buy more equipment? Well, the political wind is one thing. I'm not sure why there is a big hate group going on. It is kind of stupid if you ask me, especially with the appointment of Missy Cummings and what they're trying to do. To me, it's kind of really, I was laughing pretty hard when announced that they were ordering 100,000 Tesla for vehicles and also to rent out to Uber. Considering the CEO of Hertz is a former CEO of Ford, why didn't they go for Ford Mark-E's? But they went with Tesla instead. Of course, personally, my Tesla body shop received the final parts yesterday. Hopefully everything came in undamaged. Hopefully they can get my car back to me in a week. Too much longer. Rental car is killing me at currently $450 a week right now. And when you're doing that and have no income, that's very hard. Extremely hard. So not only do I have the hotel expense, my monthly hotel expense, and daily eating out, since I don't have a place to cook in the hotel. And the car rental, it's very difficult. That's why I don't do too many live streams right now, because I am spending all of my free time trying to make some money. I'm leaving on here like other people and badgering everybody for super chats and money and what have you. And I'm not saying angry. I'm not. Yeah, it's a great channel. Definitely support him. Yeah, he uses it. Others that have come here and they feel that everybody needs to pay for him to be out here, but it's like, do this we want to, not because we have to. If we can make a living at it, it's great. But it is not something that we should expect to make a living at. And y'all should be able to start seeing the subtle glow in the background of the as the sun comes up. You know, being down here for over a year, I have really enjoyed the sunrises and sunsets. I mean, you know, these are some previous sunrises I've gotten, which is very nice. Or, no, that was a sunset, sorry. Different angle. Let me... Let's see how that looks. Oh, and yesterday we saw Superman out here. It was kind of cool to see. You see a little bit of everybody out here. I don't think he was the real Superman, but hey, it was just kind of cool to see. I'm sure the kids to see him fly, but with the current flight restrictions, he wasn't allowed to leave the ground. Now, if you see the screen go black, that's just because I'm in a picture. You may hear it. But wait for the sun to come up here. Good morning, Mary. Love your shots. Got over there, Boca Chica girl, Mary. She's taking some good sunrise pictures as well. She does a lot of photography for NASA spaceflight. They've been covering this stuff for quite a while. They're permanently down here watching this. It'd be nice to be as big one day. I did bump into a photographer taking pictures. What about it? That YouTube channel. So he has his photographer pictures now. I keep forgetting I have a remote for this. Well, as far as working, the politics behind it, I don't picture Elon's personality to be that type of a political aspect. I kind of see him more, I don't know. I'm just adjusting the f-stop on the camera. If I go too high, it throws the ISO up way high. I don't like the ISO up high. Well, yeah, everybody starts somewhere. I am just kind of running my YouTube channel, just let it happen. I have had my YouTube channel since 2008, so I've been around for quite a while. I do think it's ironic, there are channels that are quite new, only this year, and they already have close to 20,000 subscribers and are making a fortune. And that just kind of shows that they are pretty much scamming the system. They seem to be making quite a bit of progress over there. You see a lot of construction going on there for that. When they ramp that, sure. Yeah, I'll send it to you. I'll have to transfer it over to my phone, send it to you. I can take one with the phone and send it directly. It's not as with the camera, but enjoy. Coming in on your now, Jordan. You can't do a screen capture. You should be able to full screen it and do a capture that way. But what phone do you have, Jordan? I'm trying to think if you have an iPhone or not. You should be able to do a screen capture. We got another crane moving down the road here. Smaller one, they're always lifting stuff around here. I did catch a couple of pictures yesterday of something they were lifting along with Superman. Superman wasn't lifting, but where was it? So the booster. They did lower the large crane, but they're also using it to lift stuff. This is the pulley system, which I believe, I'm not sure if that's being installed low or high on the tower, but I don't know if you can hear the birds moving around, flying around here or not. Okay, what happened there? A little technical problem here, hold on. You know, working many years in the IT field, it's amazing how even I use a standard IT, turn it off and back on. There we go. I'm still getting the weird error. Hold on, let me disconnect the. Why am I getting error on the camera as the sun comes up? Perfect timing. Good old Murphy. Okay, there we go. That should get it. Be patient with me, people. There we go. Would help hook the HDMI cable back up. There we go. Now we're back. As we're looking at our beautiful sunrise here. In Boca Chica, StarBase, Texas. I'm glad any of y'all who are joining me can. If anybody left any super chats, I don't know, I can't see those on here. But if you did, I just want to say, hey, thank you, whoever it was, if there was one. The image should be back up now, I'm hoping. I'm seeing it as being back up. But yeah, I had a little, I pushed the wrong button on the camera. And I had to wind up booting the camera, basically. And it's very hard around here. It's like on the island, Verizon works part of the island, but not on the other. AT&T works on the other. Out here, AT&T got a good signal here, but not on the south part of the island, which is odd. And when it comes to data connection, I can't seem to get much over Verizon here. Which is, you know, a pain. It limits me what I can do. Oh. Yeah, I should have video streaming through. Yeah, that is true. I'm still waiting for my Starlink unit. There are some vicious rumors out there that SpaceX is coming out their own cell phone with built-in Starlink. I don't think so. I really don't think so. Those satellites are a little bit too high for a handheld unit to be able to communicate back and forth to those. People just understand transmission power. You know, if you look at even the current satellite phones, they are bulky, they're heavy mainly because of the battery, because of the amount of power it takes to communicate to a satellite. Now granted, those satellites are further away, but it's hard to say. I got a lot of people stopping here pretty quickly because they see the sun's coming up. They want to get pictures. So yeah, everybody scrolls through here for that.
Good morning.
Good morning. The idea of having a Starlink-linked cell phone would be a crazy idea. Now, there may be a possible way to make a mobile Starlink device. I know that's usually not that difficult to do. You can make almost anything mobile. But yeah, I really can't wait till mine comes in. I ordered it a while back. That's booster 4 and booster 3. Yet to remove booster 3. Well, the terminal doesn't seem to be too big on the Starlink. It seems to be a decent size. The dish is kind of hard to make it smaller. The way it's working, you're trying to hit moving satellites. Now, if you use the satellite internet for through DirecTV or what have you, those satellites are in stationary orbits, pointing at it, transmitting back and forth. Starlink, they're moving pretty fast, so you have a wire antenna to be able to follow that satellite and keep your connection. So, you know, you're limited on that size. To make it a lot smaller, you really has to close like a cell phone. The antenna on the cell phone is quite small because the towers are relatively close. and we still have problems with that. So when you're talking about Starlink having, you know, into a cell phone with a small tower or a small with a satellite in orbit, that kind of is not going to be easy. Come on, focus on that. There we go. I haven't started the live stream back at the hotel yet. I usually start that up around this time every morning. Well, as far as any Raptor engines developments and stuff, that's nothing we won't see here in Boca Chica. That's Hawthorne, California, where they're actually building those. But they are moving that to Texas. Gotta be up at the test facility in McGregor. I do know that I think NASA's space flight now has a robotic camera up there in McGregor, or was it Lab Padre? Lab Padre put a robotic camera down in Cape Canaveral. It's hard to keep up with some of these channels with all their extra. I mean, I love, you know, to be able to set up a robotic camera somewhere, but those are quite expensive and not easy to obtain. But yeah, we see that here. I haven't seen anything to indicate a Starship being designed for a lunar lander. There were people with rumors saying that NASA Mock-up 1 was their lunar lander. That was just a display. It was like a photo prop, which they put up and they built because, like, they're working on mass producing these starships. So they need practice of doing these stainless steel rings. So they're constantly building stuff and scrapping stuff left and right. That's the only way they get the practice. That's the way they can test things. Try methods, different techniques. See how it works. Which is, you know, still kind of interesting question. We have BN still on the removed the top of it, so it's the same height as the ship. We know it's the same width. I'm thinking they may just keep BN3 pad for a while and use that to test the chopstick as far as lifting. Because if you can get away if you lift, use the chopsticks. And it's like the chopsticks have to grab the side of the ship. It can still be attached points on the ship and cables going to the bottom of the chopsticks to lift. So it can still work as a crane. But it can just grab the side. Gotta be good too. It's kind of hard to do that with a regular ship. I'm afraid that might damage sails when you're trying to lift it up there. to lift there. But you know, use chopsticks as a pulley system, its own move would work. I don't think the tower will have, going back to when they stacked it, the tower and the with the booster and the Starship stacked, I don't think the tower is taller. So the chopsticks would be kind of hard to do that. Hello, War Dog. How are you today? But yeah, we can know that SpaceX is getting ready for testing. We have some road closures coming up. And what they're testing, we don't know. Yeah, Angry does some great videos. He can really get passionate. For some reason, he doesn't like that great space company, Origin. I don't know. They're doing so much. I mean, Blue Origin has had, well, they've had 0 orbital launches, and SpaceX has over 130, so. Well, I wish if I was lucky, War Dog. I've been down here for a year and my Tesla's been hit twice. It's in the shop again. So half the year I haven't even had my car. First time was in the shop for 4.5 months. This time it's been over 2 months. I'm going broke. I was hoping to be able to make a lot more money this summer to be able to do a lot more live streams and coverages. But lucky, no. Bad luck, yes. Bad luck is my best friend. Me and Murphy, we hang out regularly at the bar. And I wake up in the morning and Murphy's like, oh, I got something in store for you for today. And I think it's funny, you know, I've spent all my life, when I was in Virginia, I used to rock climb all the time. I've taken nice 50-foot falls and stuff, and I've never broken a bone in my body or anything, but now I just roll over in bed and I pull a muscle like nothing else and I can't walk for hours. And it just reminds me that that's Murphy saying good morning. Yeah, living here, I would like to say yes. I'm still in a hotel. Haven't gone through looking at homes yet. Need to get the income stabilized first for that, which makes it difficult. I keep being offered, you know, or suggested to apply for jobs at SpaceX, but then I have to shut down the YouTube stream and work crazy hours. Oh, thank you, Angry. Thanks, James. I can't see super chats on here. I would have to, you know, be streaming from another phone, watching my own YouTube channel. And I don't know, it's just like when doing a live stream or making a video, I feel awkward talking to myself when there's nobody on. And watching my own video, I don't know, it just seems kind of weird. Well, I try, Angry. Wish if I could do more then. But hopefully I can get issues resolved with the post office and get my address validated so I can actually get the money from YouTube. My home back in Louisiana, where I live, is out in the country, and oh my God, they have some of the worst services there. I cannot get a hold of anybody there to save my life. Now we got the sun coming up here. Well, it's not Starliner, no. Starliner's in the shop again along with my Tesla. You know, it's like, I don't know if Starliner will ever get on the road there. It'll be nice to see. And thanks for the super chat there, Jordan. Twice. Very nice. It helps. But yeah, Starliner, garbage liner maybe. But yeah, any donations to the channel will help. I appreciate it. The super chats help. But you know, hey, just watching the videos, liking, subscribing helps. My daily YouTube channel has some nice mellow music on it. If you just want to listen and chill out for the day, you can. Looks like we got some activity on top of the booster. I don't have the telephoto lens on because I'm sitting there doing sunrise. But we got some guys up there working. Anyway, what I was saying, you know, any super chats do help. Once I can ever get to that money. It'll help in the future. I do have links in the description for Cash App, PayPal, what have you. I have had, you know, a couple people send me money through PayPal or Cash App. Cash App is usually better, or Vimeo or whatever, but you know, it helps. And it makes ends meet. It is quite costly being down here. And, you know, it's not something that I require or demand from my viewers. It's appreciated though. Just to let you know, if you want to know figures, I personally, out of my own pocket, have spent over $12,000 this year on hardware and stuff. And when you're driving Uber Eats trying to make that, that's a lot of deliveries. a whole lot of deliveries. And of course, I was not anticipating my car being in the shop for 2 more months. I was not anticipating having to pay $450 a week for a rental car, so I could have really used that money now. No. I don't know, Jeff Bezos, I don't know, I just kind of feel like he's more like, what's his name with Nikola. And yeah, their CGI is pretty good. And it's nice to hear they're working on that other project, but I kind of think their job with that other project you were talking about in your video, Angry, they're going to handle lawsuits. That's what their job is. Because everybody's impressed. No, you know, I need to get a hold of them. You know, tell Jeff to call me. I need to sue that body shop working on my car. I need to sue the guy who pulled in front of me and came to a complete stop. I need to get a hold of the guy who bought my Tahoe and never paid for it. You know, it's, you try to help people out, and too many people are ungrateful and they expect too much. But it is a beautiful sunrise this morning coming up. Crystal clear skies. I am not seeing any clouds at all, which is nice. But, you know, it'd be nice if Blue Origin actually put some effort into some things that they're working on. And now there's talk about him building a space station. Well, I'm wondering about that. Oh, we got the sun peeking through over here. Lock in the focus on the Starship. Yeah, they have quite a few amazing partners on there. Sorry for the flickering screen. Like I said, I'm taking pictures of the sunrise here as it's peeping through. Coming up between BN4 and the orbital launch mount. Yeah, they could, and yeah, most of that technology does exist. You know, I think Blue Origin needs to really launch something into orbit for once. But it's like they have no orbital launches. I mean, yeah, Blue Origin can launch and do those hops. They can get it up, they just can't keep it up. Yeah, that's how the phrasing I want to use. Blue Origin can get it up, but they can't keep it up. So how you like that analogy there, Jordan? Why can't Blue Origin keep it up? But yeah, it's always beautiful seeing sunrises and sunsets here. And Lord knows I have taken so many pictures out here. I've shared some with Jordan, and oh my God, if you only knew how many I had. I still haven't gone through them. Yeah, it seems like a lot of them are having premature spaceflight problems like Starliner. I still don't get Starliner's issues. I don't know what's happened to them. Those used to be good companies. They used to know what they're doing. It's disappointing. It's just like quality's just not there anymore. And I think it's a lot to do with a lot of the work ethic of people now these days. But again, I'm out here covering everything's going on in here as best I can. It is quite costly. Any donations help. Super chats help. But hey, just watching the stream, telling your friends, getting more people to subscribe, more people to watch, it makes it more fun. And with the monetization and the commercials, it helps offset the cost. I'm not out here trying to get rich off of this, but I do need to eat. I do need to pay bills and stuff. So a lot of my time is taken up trying to make money, driving Uber and stuff. I wish I could sit out here all day. It would be really enjoyable just watching this. But somehow, you know, asking others to pay for me to sit out here just doesn't seem right. I mean, I enjoy this. This is like a vacation. You know. Oh. And just you know, George, for another image shot. Hope you like that. Yeah, the more support, the better. Like I say, to me, I'm upset when I see new channels out here, and they are brand new YouTube channels, and they have over almost 20,000 subscribers, and have 300-400 people watching their live stream. Unfortunately, it helps the YouTube algorithm there, and you know, it gets more viewers to them. But unfortunately, a lot of those people are actually paying for those users. And a lot of viewers are not real viewers. You know, it's hard to see that, you know, someone who's only around for a few months gets that many subscribers that quickly. Now, if it was something about pimple popping or what have you, yeah, I can see that. You know, it's amazing how many of those crank up. I don't think it's the end of Franken Crane. Yeah, they lowered it, but I was showing some pictures earlier. I don't know, scroll back to it real quick. Let me get a shot here. There we get to lift some other pulleys and stuff. The other way. Doesn't it lift pull? Yeah, here we go. These pulleys here, they were lifting with Franken Crane after they lowered it. So, you know, I don't think it is the end of Franken Crane's work. I think there's going to be a lot still to do. Some of the cranes can reach high enough, but they got a lot of stuff to take the tower. I'm thinking maybe at the top of the tower they might put a crane, build a crane on the top. Smaller crane to be able to lift things up, or maybe to be able to lift Starship on top of the booster for mounting. We got a lot of wildlife over here. Yeah. Birds out here are quite happy. It is getting chilly out here. It's kind of on the colder side. So soon the winter Texans will be showing up down here in South Padre Island area. And it's a beautiful morning. I'm going to replay one here real quick. Well, the tank farm being complete, it looks like it's pretty close, or if not, it's almost completely done. They are bringing out tanker trucks of liquid oxygen. So it looks like they are putting that somewhere at least. I'm not sure if I can zoom in with this current lens enough. Why isn't unlocking? But yeah, over here on the side of the road we have a liquid oxygen tanking truck. I think he's gotten through seeing all of his fuel. But yeah, everything on the tank farm looks like they're ready to start fueling. I think they got all the cryo shells on. But it's not like we really get a list of what their product is, where they stand. And we're looking at guessing. Thank you very much, Story. Thank you, James. I'm still trying to figure James in Canada out. I really think he is a detective in life. He seems to be able to get some pretty good information. He watches a lot. So if you need anything investigated, give him a call. He also does a pretty good job on some of the music he's written. I actually love. Need to see about putting one of the latest pieces into the folder for the other music, so it will playlist randomly when that's streaming. I have to sit down and work on a video for that. I have a picture for what I would like of that. These birds are getting quite noisy this morning. I've never been much of a bird watcher. My older sister was a bird watcher, or is a bird watcher. I don't think you change when you become one. And it's amazing how, you know, see or hear a bird and I send a video and she'll tell me exactly what bird it is, even just from the sound. Oh, that one wasn't in focus. Got the sun coming up pretty high. Let's get it over here. Of some of the guys. It's really hard. Okay, they're going to be S20 in 60 seconds. So we're going to get to hear the eventing of Starship S20 here in about 60 seconds. So yeah, they have it pressurized. So hopefully y'all get to hear it. So let me switch microphones. Okay, I hope you can hear me now. That was kind of loud. Let me recycle these mics. Slight smell, but not bad. As it is finished venting. Is my audio, steady, or is it choppy? When I listen to the monitor headphones, it sounds choppy to me there. Thank you. It's sometimes something you don't expect. You never know what's going to happen. Okay, so it's not choppy sound. Thank you very much. It's good to know. Always testing new equipment. Like I say, it's quite expensive to be here. I've been working myself doing Uber Eats deliveries and whatever else, Uber driving, chauffeuring employees back and forth between their home and SpaceX. To make extra money to be able to afford new equipment. Is about 99% good. Oh, damn. I only go for 100%. And just joking. Nothing's perfect. Focus here. Come on, focus. Just getting some pictures of the wildlife, sorry. I know, y'all want the Starship. Y'all don't care about the birds. Unless we're going to sit there and talk about birds and bees. And I'll tell you one thing. Birds will poop on you, bees will sting you. At least that's what my dad always said. So do you want a little poop on you, or do you want to get stung? That's the big question. Anyway, what I was trying to say is that I have been down here a year watching this, staying in a hotel, and doing whatever I can to afford to make some extra money to spend on equipment. And it does get, frustrating when I see others, checking out my equipment and buying the same thing to do their own streams when they've obviously paid for viewers. Static fire imminent? Well, they had one, the vacuum Raptor engines the other day. Imminent, no static fire today. Today is Thursday. I don't think there's any road closures today. I think they've canceled. I'll look that back up. I do know they have other road closures coming up. We don't know right off of hand what those closures are for, since SpaceX doesn't tell us. And if I knew, I couldn't say. Yeah, the closure for today is canceled. The next closure is on the 28th. No, okay, wait, yeah, it's today. Today's 28th, okay. Yeah, it was canceled today, that's right. The 29th, there's still a closure scheduled from 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. So we may have something in the morning. But that is also a secondary date that was originally for the one for today. And then Monday was also a secondary date. Like I said, there is a liquid oxygen tank truck on the side of the road. If they're going to be using it for a static fire, that would be kind of cool. I would love to be able to stream that one live again. I wish I could do it from over here, but they won't let me stand here for it. I don't know, it'd be nice to, have a whole bunch of sticks put up here ready for, roasting marshmallows or hot dogs, and have a Raptor hot dog roast. Well, they keep the Starship pressurized to an extent to help reinforce. And so it gives it the pressure inside to keep pushing out on the sides. So occasionally they will vent that pressure and repressurize every now and then. Yeah, I mean, if it was going to be a static fire, I couldn't be here. They close off way back to the road there. But yeah, you can hear some venting going on over there every now and then. Oh. To show you the scoreboard here and where we stand. I don't know. I think SpaceX is a lot higher than a lot higher than 120 now. I would have to look that up. I'm just playing with features here. And I would try to go around to the other side, but right now the entire pad parking lot is pretty much full of employees. I don't like to take their parking spaces. I hate seeing employees having to park on the beach because there's a bunch of photographers and YouTubers parking their vehicles there just to film them. I'm glad I was able to bring you all a nice, beautiful sunrise of the Starship this morning. And like I say, you know, a like, subscribe is nice, pushing the word, getting more viewers helps with the YouTube algorithms. And it does take quite a bit, and you know, buying a new equipment and stuff, there's a lot to buy. But everything costs money in this world. Nothing's free. And COVID-19 has not been kind. Murphy hasn't been too kind either with him always picking on my car. I want to try something here. Aim right about in the middle. I don't know how I will turn out. Maybe I should take the phone so I can see. There's a slight delay. Let me see if I can get in. Right. Keith Wisner with Mars Embassy. Let's see if I can block the sun. There we go. Maybe that might work. And it's kind of funny because watching a stream myself, there's a nice delay. Yeah, there we go. Now, well, I'm just a silhouette, but I got the sun behind me. I should expect that. Yeah, I would have to adjust the camera to be able to do that, but you know, like hard to do that when you're standing in front of the camera with the sun behind you. I'll have to turn the camera around. Now, streaming from the field, I can have up to 4 cameras connected to this device, and I can switch between cameras and anything. And you know, even if we want to stand and talk about stuff, I can pull up, you know, the PDF document from SpaceX, and we can actually go over that document and talk about it if y'all want, and what y'all think about it. You know, there's a lot in there. I don't see anything really where the FAA is demanding SpaceX to build a desalination plant. You know, this read is, you know, SpaceX is proposing these things. These are things that they want to do. And this is an assessment on environmental impact to do these things. I do not read this as a requirement to do those. Now, yeah, for the to buffer the sound of the launch, you need to use water for that. And that also helps protect the pad. You want to use fresh water. You don't want to use, you know, salt water. Now, a desalination plant is not going to be able to produce a high rate of water fast. It will take time, and that water has to be stored in tanks, and from those tanks, pumped out to buffer the sound and reduce the sound during a launch. Now, I do see, every now and then, I do see tanker loads of fresh drinking water being delivered down here. And I can tell you one thing, there's a lot of employees work here, and they're not drinking a tanker load of water. They have a lot of water bottles that they usually drink from. So that water is being stored for other things, fire suppression, what have you. So to actually have to have a desalination plant before launch, no. I do not believe that's the case. Yes, they did have a water deluge for the last static fire. That is exactly true. That is working. That is on the test launch mount. But like I say, you know, they don't have to have the desalination plant first. They can buy their water and have their water trucked in. So, you know, when Elon says they're ready to launch next month, they're ready. Fires, we like to see static fires. you know. But the other option is put it on the pad. Do a launch. If there's an engine test or engine fail, abort the launch. They don't have a window that they have to make. They're not launching a satellite. They don't have a fixed time. So they can use a launch as an engine test at the same time. You light those engines, give it a few seconds, or a second. If everything's green, go. Release the clamps, let it fly. Go for broke. SpaceX is not doing things like other companies. These are test products. You know, they are building a lot more. There's a whole lot more that they're building, that they're ready to get out here and continue the testing. Better designs, newer designs. You know, as they build these, they're figuring out, hey, this ain't gonna work, let's redo it here. Let's do this, let's do that, let's do that. They're constantly changing things for the better. You know, as many launches as they can get, they could use them. So what better way to test it, to do a full test? They're not going to do, I don't think they'll ever see them with these Raptor engines do a green mile runs type of test. That would be cool to see, but I don't think I want to sit there and run these engines for a couple of minutes nonstop. This pad's not designed for that. And like I say, at the cost that they're putting into these, they're not that expensive. They're a lot cheaper than what most people would think. What SpaceX needs to do, they need to get an orbital launch. They can make sure that both ships launch, and they can separate cleanly. And they achieve. Once they do, next ship, let's test a cargo fairing. Put cargo in it. Heat tiles, yes, some are falling off. Okay, no problem. I mean, it is a problem if they're expected to survive. But these right now can be expendable. The space shuttle, when it loses tiles, that was a big deal. Because the space shuttle, its body was aluminum. You know, it wasn't steel. This is a stainless steel. Stainless steel has a lot higher melting point than aluminum. So if the Starship loses one or two tiles, it might be able to survive that. Since it has a lot higher melting point. And you got to remember, the Starship itself is pretty much the fuel tank. The outer walls is the outer walls of the fuel tank. Even if the outside of the Starship is heating up, you still have the liquid oxygen, liquid methane cooling on the inside. which would give it even more time and take a little bit longer to melt through. Saying it wouldn't happen, it would be kind of cool to see in a way. The stainless steel getting to a melting point or a semi-fluid point, and the pressure of the liquid oxygen pushing it out might be a very unique view. But, you know, it's still can be expendable. They need to get a fairing on there. They need to start sending payloads to space. Because then, once you start sending payloads to space, your launches are making money. And you're not just spending money. Let's sit here and just do as many ops as we want with starships, and we just throw away the money each time. Let's just do a whole bunch of different orbital launches and attempt landings and throw away money each time. Why do that? Why keep throwing away money? Money while you're doing it. You know, you send a payload to space, you get paid for that payload you send to space. And then off of that money, then you attempt your landing. To me, that's the dumbest thing to do, is to bleed money and not make money when you could be making money. And I see that with so many, well, Blue Origin. Yeah, they're going to go slow. They're going to make sure everything's perfect before they even try a launch or what have you. They're spending years. They're sucking a bunch of government money down to pay for their development and their research before they can even get to making money. SpaceX is doing it differently. They're doing it cheaper. So when you could get to a point to make money. Yeah, I see that in different industries. When I lived in Richmond, Virginia, you know, I saw businesses that did not do that. As soon as they can start making money or figure a way to cut costs, they did it. And in a way, there was like an entire apartment complex being built. And what did they do? Did they wait until they had the entire thing built and finished? No, they worked it as they went. I mean, I got offered a job to run all the network cables, network cables, but fax cables for TV back then, and the telephone, all the apartments. In exchange, apartment for several years. So they got, you know, first apartment kind of done. Rough inside was done. And I was already living in it. It was like 2 years before the apartment complex officially became open. But as they got them done, they started renting them and leasing them. You know, why wait? Why sit there for years and not make any money when you can get things done and you can find people who will work for you in exchange? The same thing for SpaceX. Yeah, you want to perfect the landing of a Starship, fine. But why not let people who need satellites and stuff sent to space pay for that launch test for you? Now, you know, we're not sending people, so it's okay. As long as we know it can get to orbit and get its payload sent safely, that's fine. You don't want to do that for an airliner, say, hey, we never landed this plane before, but we're looking for a load of passengers to fly aboard to see if we can land. No, you don't want to do that. But if you can prove that you can launch, and yeah, Starship launched, did their hop, serial number 8, it blew up on landing. Serial number 9, it blew up on landing. Serial number 10 landed, a few minutes later blew up from a fire. Serial number 11 launched in the fog and blew up after they ignited the engines for the landing maneuver. SpaceX has had no problem with launches. All the launches have been very successful. The landings they have problems with. And yes, Starlink satellites, the new versions of the Starlink satellites are bigger than the old ones. They won't fit in the Falcon. They need the Starlink for those. So the more satellites they can get up, the more customers they can get online, the more monthly income they will have for that. And yeah, let's start sending payloads of Starlink satellites for one. They are their own customer, but that's something that makes them money. And like I say, the new Starlink satellites, the version 2s that they're sending up, they are bigger, and they will not fit in the Falcons. That's why you haven't seen any other Starlink launches since the last one. But we do have crew going to space. They do have their crew missions, which are very nice. That battery is depleted. I need more batteries. These batteries are expensive. And you know, you can buy the generic batteries, but my God, they don't last. You have to get the name brand. Don't know how much is left in that, but we'll see. That's too bright. Let me drop it back the other way. You know, it's hard for me to look at the Starship right now because it's so bright with the sun right in my eyes. Oh yeah, we're going to see a lot of that. You know, they have the landing pad here. They have the catch arm. You know, we're going to see a booster launching from here and coming back and landing here. If they go from the offshore rigs, if they work on them, Deimos, they're at the port. I've been here a year. I have not seen much progress or any progress being done on that. It really hasn't changed much. It's just sitting there. If they use the rigs, I don't think they're going to put a Starship on a boat and ship it out to a rig. That may be a test flight. Go on a couple of engines, hop it, fly it out, land it on the rig. You get your entire test flight out of the way. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to lose it. I mean, it's a possibility something will go wrong on re-entry. It's a possibility it might burn up. It might lose enough tiles to cause an issue. Then again, you know, like I say, it is a stainless steel ship. It has a higher melt point. But we won't know until it actually does that. When it comes to space flight and stuff like that, it's hard to scale it down and try it with a smaller version and see how it's going. Because the size does kind of matter. It changes things. Yes, the way Elon likes to do things, let's do what happens. Let's quit talking about it. Which makes total sense. It's not a complete waste because working on a factory to build these, and not just one every 3 or 4 years, crank out many of these. So everything they're doing is a learning process. Serial, you know, number 4 is over there. They're working on that. Working on booster number 4. Next booster in line is also in ready to go. And I'm going to switch over just to the PDF. I'm going to switch the lens out to the zoom lens here. The booster, yeah, they got this version. I mean, after they got through building this, they're like, okay, let's try something else. Yeah, they've never built anything like this before. Nobody has. So as they built it, they find better ways of doing it, and they're ready to test the next way. You know, you can sit there and design something all you want on CAD, computer simulator looks, once you start physically doing it, it's like, well, wait, it's kind of hard for a person to do it that way. Do it this way. Or a thing doesn't quite work. Or someone else says, hey, I got a better here. Let's try this. And then you're doing things differently. Let's switch back to the camera here. So we can go over here to the booster. And I want to... There we go. Zoom into the guys working over here. You know, as they're working on booster number 4 here. Yeah, the booster landing will not be a problem. If this Mechazilla chopsticks would work, it'd be very interesting to see. Yes, the re-entry is an interesting thing, but again, when you're launching satellites, you can get rid of your re-entry, get rid of your satellites, then re-enter afterwards. And yeah, there are other ways to do that. You have enough fuel, you can always come in tail first and fire the engines and use that to help slow you down and not have so much re-entry heat, but it also costs more fuel to do that. And the only way to test it is to do it. And that's what I'm saying. If you get into orbit, do your test on the way down. Figure out each one. Falcon 9 did not perfect the landing before it started going. Landings came a lot later. See the ship land and take off again? Yes, but that, like I say, is not completely necessary. You know, if they can get payload to space, they can get payload to space and still be cheaper per launch. Way. And work on the landings later. Yeah, the initial hops were kind of cool. It was kind of a proof of concept, so they can work on it from there. But it's not something like they have to do. If you can mass produce these stainless steel starships and use them as dispendable starships, cheaper than the Falcons, then you're saving money. And you can work on the development and perfecting the landing later. I'm sorry, I have the P1000 tell. Has a lens. It's not the best of cameras, but it has a great zoom. fly again would be kind of cool. Like I say, in my opinion, they need to start making money. Because they're not getting money from the government. Now, do they have to wait? Do they have to wait for NASA to approve? Or for the government, you know, all just court cases to be over with to work on a lunar lander? I don't think so. I mean, if SpaceX says, hey, we want to develop our own lunar lander ourselves, you know, just for SpaceX, not for NASA, that, you know, we want to test landing on the moon because it's a quicker turnaround than trying to test landing on Mars. I don't see why SpaceX couldn't do that and go ahead on their own dime after, you know, getting Starlink's up and running when they're making money. Why can't SpaceX sit here and say, we're going to develop our own lunar landing and lease it to NASA? So if NASA wants to rent a ride on SpaceX's own custom-built lunar lander, they could. As we see the guys working on the booster. Well, yeah, there's nothing that would be stopping SpaceX from working and designing their own lunar lander. There is the flight to go around the moon that someone's paid for whenever SpaceX's Starship is ready for manned flight. But yeah, landing on Earth is different than landing on the moon. But I don't see why, you know, yeah, he wants to go to Mars. He wants to build a colony on Mars. He could do a small base on the moon if he wanted to. I mean, it is closer. It'll be good to test. I mean, if something goes wrong, it's a quicker trip back home. And it worries me that China is kind of aiming towards a moon base and Mars as well. We really can't and shouldn't let another country beat us to it. I mean, we have Tesla working on their full self-driving, and you got Missy Cummings trying to kind of stop all that. She can't control what China's doing. Are we going to give away all the car sales that Tesla can be doing with the full self-driving capabilities to China and let China have all that? Are we behind? I mean, China's launched a nuclear capable missile that was hypersonic that we can't even shoot down now. How do we let them get that far advanced and not advance ourselves? Look how fast China put that space station up. They're not going slow. But we are. And we're dragging our feet. It's like early man develops the wheel. We look at that wheel and we say we need an impact study on how this wheel before we even try using it on a cart. Give us 3 or 4 years to figure out if it's a good idea. Or when man discovered fire. Well, it's cool. We just can't use it right now until we figure out what the impacts will be. You know, if we had the political BS, the government BS in everything, my God, we would never get anywhere. Evolved quickly and fast because there was as much government red tape. Do you think when they put the wheel on a cart and started moving it, that it brakes on it? I don't think so. I think the first time they started going down the hill, they were like, oh shit. I remember as a kid, somebody in the neighborhood building a go-kart using a lawnmower engine. That thing ran great, it was fast. He forgot brakes. Didn't know how he was going to stop it once he started going. He didn't get hurt or anything. Luckily, he didn't have that much gas, and he just went around the block waiting for it to run out. Because he also didn't have any gears. It would just pull the cord and go. He had fun screaming at first. He learned his lesson the hard way. Okay. Unfortunately, I couldn't hear what the PA speaker was saying there with the truck going by. Just looking to see if they're working on any Raptor engines here or anything. Well, yeah, I mean, the FAA documents I read, it's a lot of environmental studies for things that SpaceX is proposing that they want to build. I don't read it as mandatory things for an orbital launch. We now have lifts up on the booster, BN4. They're working rapidly. So we're going to be having an engine test on this booster. And then probably a launch shortly after. And I think SpaceX will kind of surprise everybody. If the government gives them an okay. Now the question is, when you are launching a booster with 29 engines, how many engines can you lose and still be successful? If 3 or 4 of those engines shut down and don't work, can they still get it to orbit? So if they launch the Starship and the booster and 4 or 5 engines fail, pushing as high as you can, get to the separation, and then separate from the booster, from the Starship then. It may not be at altitude to get to orbit, but you tested the separation process and made sure that worked. And then they may move, crash or splash down in the Gulf. May not be their target, but at least you got that test out of the way and you have shown at least that worked. If you do make it to orbit, that's even better. Sierra number 8, when they launched December 9th, I mean, they honestly were shocked. I'm pretty sure they did not expect it to actually make it to its altitude, much less come back down. You know, if it came off the pad and went up a little ways, then blew up, it would have still been a success. It would have still been a success. Things will blow up, planes will crash, cars will crash. Nothing's perfect. And I'm rambling right now, you know. I should end the stream and head back. And see if I can get any Uber Eats ins today. I might not go back to the hotel or back to the island since it's a 45-minute drive. It's 9 o'clock. And I need to leave the island at back over here again at 1. So it's kind of like that. So I may just drive into Brown and try to do some Uber Eats there and make money. I don't look to make a lot of money. You know, honestly, you know, Uber Eats, I'm happy if I can do $75, $100 a day. $100 a day is what I really try to aim for, because that gives me, it covers my expenses, it covers my hotel room, you know, it covers my stay here, it covers my bills, covers my car expenses, and it gives me extra money to buy more equipment. If there's some way to do $100 a day doing YouTube, doing live stream, having enough viewers and commercials coming in, then I would be ecstatic. To get better options for streaming, you know, do people need 4K stream from out here? You know, I don't know what this quality looks like to y'all. I don't know how it is to y'all. I mean, do I have to go out and spend $500 a month to be able to stream 4K? That's a lot of money. And when it comes to your own pocket, and me being an old man and having no retirement and no savings, I need to put money away. As it stands right now, if I was to get sick, I'm in deep trouble. I have no money to fall back on. I don't have any kids, so I don't have anybody to take care of me. I have to pay my own pocket. And, you know, I've been through a divorce. I've taken a lot of my money. So I don't have a retirement or anything to fall back on. And personally, that scares me. COVID-19 did a pretty bad number. I was doing good before COVID-19. I was working a lot, installing networks everywhere. My specialty is IT, computer field. So that changed after COVID-19. Everything kind of slowed down. The money wasn't coming in anymore. And not having a lot of money in savings kind of scares you. You definitely want to keep money in savings. And this year, not having my car for so much, is it really hurt. I planned to put a whole lot more money into savings. I was planning to put a lot of money into Tesla stocks, but without having my car, I wasn't making that money. I was bleeding money. And my God, $450 a week for a rental car is killing me right now. Well, audio, yeah, is important. Hopefully my audio is good. You know, I spend some money on this equipment for that. And hopefully it's improved that. I do have some high wind here. Hopefully the noise is not bad. It's just a matter of spending on the right item and not walking into a Walmart and asking them what to buy. You know, I don't get it. And yeah, I would love to sit down, you know, and do more streams and let's talk about stuff. You know, I need someone to write a script. Kind of script writers for me to read. You know, I have a lot of notes and stuff on this. But I feel like I'm back at the comedy club sometimes trying to figure out what I want to talk about. It's quite windy. Let me see if I can take the off of that. Oh yeah, it's quite breezy. I don't have a tree or anything that I can zoom in on. But no, when I chose my mics and stuff, I took in consideration wind noise. But it's not too windy today. I mean, it's still calm enough where they can get up on the lift. But I have a steady breeze to my back. If I turn in, now the wind's hit me in the face. So I don't know if that can be heard on the or not. Well, I keep saying that. I can put the headphones on, can't I? A little bit. But not as much as the trucks. I'm trying to think of what channel you're talking about. Oh, let's see here. I think I know who. I'm still waiting for that out-of-body experience photographed proof evidence. I want to see proof of that. Take a camera with you. Show us the inside of the nose cone. Yeah, I mean, I look at the channels and I question the channels. I question the people who are coming down here to make money off of this. And that's their goal. And that's their sole goal, is to come down here and make money. You know, I'm not here to make money. I'm here because I enjoy this. And I've always been a very big supporter of space. And what SpaceX is doing, and what we need to do as a human race to get off this planet. If the YouTube channel makes money, that is less time I have to work driving Uber, and I can do more over here. And I can get even better equipment. I still plan to get better equipment as well, but when I have the money from working. Yeah, like I say, it'll be nice if there's more money coming in on YouTube, because that means that's less time I have to spend driving every day. But it's not something I'm relying on. I don't know if that makes sense or not. You know, if it makes money, it makes money. Fine. I'm not here with the notion that I'm going to get rich off of this, and I'm not going to be telling people, hey, if you want to make money, bring your own camera down here, get your own YouTube going. If you can speak another language, that'd be great. You'll make tons of money, you know, covering in a different language. No. I mean, if you get popular, yeah, you may make some money. If you want to beat your viewers and insult your viewers and, you know, demand that they pay you to see your footage, you know, I don't know why people do that. Or why they put up with that. I just don't get it. If you sit here and you move down here and you have your viewers pay for your move completely, including all new furniture and stuff, just to move from your state down to here to cover SpaceX, I personally, if I would have donated money to that person, I would like to see a lot more coverage than just a little 8-minute video every day, and some of it using other people's streams and not even his own. It's like, we paid you to go down there. What are you doing? I mean, you got a YouTube channel, you're making money off the YouTube channel. We paid for everything. So now you move down to this area and you're just kind of sitting on your ass all day doing nothing and just cranking out videos every now and then. Yeah, not even a lot of videos. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by that'd be extreme. I mean, what I'm talking about is actual different channels out there who are actually doing that. And I just don't get it. I really don't. Well, I can talk to you in private about that, but yeah, there is a guy who did that. He moved from another state all the way down to here. He had fundraisers. I've even listened to his live streams where he was saying he needs a new mattress. It's $500 for his new apartment. His viewers paid for everything, everything. He left everything behind when he moved down here to start a new life, to cover SpaceX off of their dime. And they literally paid for everything, his mattress, his travel, his move, the works. You know, to me it makes me sick. That's like panhandling on the side of the road. Hey, give me money, you know. I want to go to the bar and have a few drinks and tip the waitress well. But I don't want to work for the money. Give me the money. Yeah, but they've done it. They're here. It's crazy. You know, and to me, it's depressing. I've been down here a year. I've been spending all of my own money. I spent over $12,000 this year in equipment alone. That's not counting what it's cost me to stay here, what it's cost me to eat. Nothing. Yeah, that's just out of my own pocket. You know, that's $1,200 I could use right now. With this rental cars being at $450 a week waiting to get my car to get done, it's outrageous. But it's not like I'm asking my viewers to pay for all that. You know, as some people would say, you know, it's like, well, you need to do a lot of live streams and get down there and do a lot of coverage and stuff, and you know, well, I got to be able to afford to do that. That's the big problem. Today I'm here. Why? Because I dropped someone off at work here, and then I got to pick someone up in a few hours here. So I'm already here. I got paid to drive them here, so I made that money. Just like SpaceX. If they can get paid to send satellites to orbit and then test from there, then that is a win-win. Someone else paid for the flight. Someone else paid me to drive over here so they can go to work so I can be here. So it didn't cost me any money to come over here. I made a little bit of money. That pays for my little bit of time. I should go back to town and start making some more money, because Lord knows I need it with this rental car right now. And let's see what they're doing over here on the Starship. You know, as we come over here to SpaceX and act like a peeping Tom on them working on stuff, we're just the nosy neighbors, don't mind us. And remember where we stand on the scoreboard for orbital launches. Blue Origin is still at 0. And SpaceX is 120, or I don't know, how many orbital launches has SpaceX done? I know it's over 120. Or maybe right at 120. But yeah, I mean, it's extreme how some of the people, you know, expect all that. Others have had their viewers buy them a home so they can set up their own studio here. That one, you know, is a little annoying, but I understand at least that channel has been around for a long time. That one's been around for a long time. And they've done a lot of other video content. So they have the followers, they have the viewers, they have a lot of content. What I don't like is the ones who are a new channel. They have a lot of viewers, and they get monetarizations very quickly on YouTube. So you say 129. Okay, let's boom, 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 boom. Okay, there, that scoreboard is right now. Well, 127, okay. We'll go ahead and do 127. And I don't know if we can do, no, I can't do a negative for Blue Origin, but hey. Move that up here. There we go. So I'll just leave that there for a little while. But no, I mean, it is crazy when you have, you know, like I say, an established channel that's been around for a while, I don't have issues with. And I mean ones like Lab Padre, they are here. They've been here. They have their own jobs as well, and they are not begging people for money. So, you know, I appreciate them. Yes, I watch Lab Padre streams, so does everybody. They have some good commentary sometimes. They have some good cameras set up in nice locations. They got a robotic camera around here somewhere. I think it's close to the beach side right now. NASA spaceflight. They've been covering a lot of stuff. They've been around for many years. They're good. They can get kind of pushy sometimes on their modernization, but you know, they have a lot of expenses. We now have a pickup truck driving around here that has NASA spaceflight Boca Chica operations. So, you know, that's what they use. They are more a full-fledged business doing this. And they have the viewers, they have the their monetization and all that stuff too. They've been around for a while. The ones I have issues with are the new channels that are only a few months old, already have monetization, already have tons of viewers subscribed, and it's more than obvious that they've gone the non-legitimate route and paid for viewers. And yes, you can do that. There is a big underground market. And yeah, Lab Padre was the first one streaming. I mean, the guy lives in a condo on the island. He can see SpaceX out the apartment, out of his condo. You know, let's put a camera in the window. Let's see what's going on. You know, if I would have had the time, I would have been down here. But, you know, back then, you know, too busy with everything else. Exactly. But you see, I see other channels that are spending money for fake subscribers, fake viewers to make money. Now, like I say, my job, what I normally do for a living, is in the computer IT field, specializing in network security mainly. So I see how a lot of the scams work, especially for, you know, computer scams and stuff. So I know how they work. You got these massive data centers that are gathering people's information and stuff, and they're doing robocalls and everything else to scam people out of money. But you also have all this hardware here. You can do other forms of scammings. Let's make a YouTube account. Let's throw a whole bunch of fake subscribers to it and fake views, and we could sell that YouTube account, and you can rebranded as your own afterwards, already set to go if you pay such and such amount of money. You know, if you pay me such and such money, I can give you 20,000 subscribers or 10,000 subscribers, and they'll subscribe and auto, you know, set the alert so whenever you do a live stream, they're automatically through a script start watching your live stream so that you automatically have lots of viewers. Space is hot right now. Yes and no. I was joking about it the other day. I hate to say it. Look at NASA space flight's video for serial number 15 launch and landing. Look at the number of views, look at the number of likes, look at the number of subscribers. Go back to the same date and check out a video by Dr. Pimple Popper, and it has by far more views, by far more subscribers, by far more likes. If you want to make money, go film popping pimples. And you know, I've kind of joked about it. Maybe I should set up a camera on the island and just have sunset pimple popping. I could probably make a fortune off of YouTube just having that. It is shocking how some of those videos net more views, more likes, and more subscribers than something historic like this. I don't know what that says about society or where people are at. It is kind of disturbing to me that people would rather watch that than history being made. It's also disturbing to me when I bump into, and driving Uber, you bump into a lot of different people. It's disturbing to me to bump into these flat earthers, or people who think we've never been to the moon. You know, or people who think there's some great government, government conspiracies going on, that they've launched probes to every planet and every moon in the solar system when we haven't. When they want to try to say that, you know, why aren't we sending back pictures? Why aren't we sending cameras to all these planets and moons and stuff? Well, we do. Every mission has cameras on them. And they send back pictures. And they send back images. Every one of them does. Even the Voyager space probes that are still transmitting today are still sending back images after so many years. Yeah, flat earthers are kind of weird and sometimes mostly harmless, but one of them I was talking to is a high school teacher. So, what are they teaching your kids? You know, that kind of scares me. We have these people who are flat earthers and they're teaching our kids in school. That is a problem. We have way too many people in this world who have no common sense anymore. It's like another yellow arm piece or something into the pad, just kind of missed it as it went by. But yeah, they seem to be actively busy on the booster. Yes, a school teacher. It is scary, and they are out there, and they have gotten into the system. Yeah, it is shocking what I've ran into. I've even given someone a ride who owns a Tesla themselves. They're in Texas. They live up in Austin, Texas. They came down to the island and they said, oh, you lived on an island a long time? I'm like, no, I'm from Louisiana. It's like, oh, did you buy the Tesla when I got here? I'm like, no, I drove it here. They didn't know they can drive that far. They've never left the city. And they've owned their Tesla for 2 years. They never tried to drive it that far. As far as being on the same page with flat earthers, no. There is no arguing with some of the people. Ignorance is kind of a hard thing to argue with because they think they're right. And once they start thinking they're right, they don't open their mind for being wrong. Okay, so they're going to be installing the covers on the booster. I don't know if I can get a good cell signal over on that side. And like I say, there's a lot of cars parked over there. I could try moving my setup over there and see. I could try moving my setup over there and see. My camera battery is kind of running low, but let me see what I can do. If I can find a spot over there, I'll try to move. Let me switch over to, where was that? I'll pull up this video here. Let me pulling up this here. Maybe this cord's bad. See if I can move over a spot. Continue my coverage. I switched to a video. Camera around. And you know, James, whenever you get a chance, if you see a good option for a battery for my camera, dummy can be powered off of 12 volts, let me know. Send me a cord. Hopefully it won't be too expensive. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where the car keys are. I put them in that pocket. Yeah. See if I can keep this while I move over there. Set you there. Oh, I just found my car keys, and I just lost my car keys. Oh, there they are. Okay. I had a friend who was kind of nice. Well, he was very nice. He loaned me a pickup truck to drive while I wait for my car. And for the first month and a half, it was nice, but man, the gas was killing me. In that pickup truck, I only got about 10 miles to a gallon. It was jacked up like nothing else. But it was not his, it was his son's. And when his son came back from Houston, he needed it, so I had to go and rent the car. And at $450 a week, it's killing me right now. I'm on my second week, and I'll probably have to rent it for another week. I'm hoping I still have a good connection. I'm hoping y'all can still hear me. I'm driving to the other side of the pad to see if we can get some sort of a view. It is really packed here with people parked. And waiting for this truck to move. Of course, I'm driving, so I can't see if y'all are saying anything. And that almost looked like an open parking space, but it's not. Yeah, I might be able to squeeze into this one here. Try. It looks like I lost their oil. Oh, that was low. Well, let me. I don't like it when it rubs it. Oh, that ain't gonna work. That's too low there. Okay. That might be why someone lost their oil cap. Let me see. Yeah, that's where the sign was too. So let's see here. Let's see here. Hopefully y'all still with me. There's one pulling out of a space now. I hate to grab that space since it's so close to the pad. I usually like to leave it for the employees. But I will park here. If they say something, I'll move. Always connected. Drop signals. think right here. Okay, still trying to set up here. Switch over the camera now. I'm gonna put the phone on top of here to give it a little more. So I'm gonna keep out of the way of everybody here. There we go. So I see there was some dropped, some data dropped. I'm not sure how much. But we're closer here. Let me give you all a nice shot of the engine down here. So yeah, they have covers for these outside parts here, space area, and the equipment on there. They will install those to protect it for a launch. And James saying they're getting ready to install those. And it does look like my battery really low. Going. Let me move over here. He looks good. So yeah, I'm on the battery on my cameras on. So we might be able to it. The battery camera lasts quite a time normally for taking pictures, but when you're doing the streaming out HDMI, it kind of kills your battery. And that's where I need to get one of those dummy cameras that I can power externally. Then I can really go a whole lot longer. But like I say, working for myself, trying to make ends meet, that's something I really can't afford. It's between that and getting dinner one evening. It is that late for me right now. While we're waiting for them to do that, and while we're live streaming here, let's look over here at the catch arms. I can get in there close for y'all if you too close. There's the pad, arms, and you use if you don't use, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. You don't need to know how to use the work. The fuel connection, what will link the Starship when it's stacked on top of the booster. We do have the mounds over here they've been working on. And sorry, zoom out any further with this lens. And over here we have the all the covers on. And here we have a guy making noise with a what are you focusing on? Yeah, we know we got the covers there for this. When they install them, we don't know. If they're going to install them this morning, we don't know. If they're going to install them right now, we don't know. We don't. Kind of like the old TV series. I know nothing. Oh, and let's go here. We'll take a look at these missing tiles from the Starship on the other night. And you want to go on the lost tiles, but on there? These couple of tiles, okay, that's not too bad. Now, like my camera battery is going to die, I don't know, probably another stream on the phone itself. Its battery is still pretty good, but it's just not as good quality. It's kind of fun to try to drive these trucks up these mounds. It's kind of steep. Turning around. I'm wondering if they're using the same tool for the cover. Or probably get away with using aluminum for the covers. And it's not going to see as much. It is kind of close to the engines. I don't know. Let me see if I can find another. We'll see. Another truck, nothing on it. Not sure what it's going to. Hopefully they're not going to be taking out a couple of engines. You never know. And just in case y'all did not know, right here is where we have the flight termination points. That is what will be used to if they have below it. to unlock. They're doing a lot of building the buffer walls. Concrete, this concrete somewhere. I know that James' air is over there, the booster. They're there since yesterday. If they're installing the, we don't know. We don't know when they plan to install them. It's not like the game by game plan of what we're doing today. It's kind of nice. I am live streaming almost 4 hours. I am not displeased with battery life on this camera. I want to get another actual Nikon battery for that, but they're like 50. The generics are a lot cheaper, but they last. And I mean, they don't last. That's all they do, they lie. When it comes to cameras and camera batteries, don't go generic. You waste your money going generic. Just take pictures. Brand went 2 days, 10,000 pictures. With the generic, I only last half a day and only 100 pictures. And the generic one is supposed to be more powerful. And of course, Amazon. So Jeff Bezos, man, oh, this guy is watching SpaceX. So yeah, it looks like they're going towards the terminal or just below. It can be quite nerve-wracking to get up on a lift. It gets windy. Even when it's windy, it can be kind of nerve-wracking. I've had to get up on lifts many a time, able to building. To see the guys walking around harnesses and stuff out here. My years of rock climbing, I've worn similar harnesses, but most harnesses I've worn I made myself. It's gotten to the point where I kind of didn't trust the harnesses. I'd much rather have a self-made harness. Because the harnesses, in rock climbing, you get a lot of stitching connecting the parts. And when I make my own harnesses, just a 30-foot swebbing, and it was many wraps around you. So there was no thing to worry about coming undone. So let's see if we can see what they're working on up here. Yeah. Okay, I'm zoomed in. Yeah, I don't think I'll be installing mounts here immediately, or imminently. Or covers, I mean, not mounts. And I was in here earlier, but just to let you know that this the stick actually swung out to the left of the turn. It was more over the pad in the other direction more the other day. So it's definitely and this next to it, I don't think that's a or a crane. I can't seem to have that angle crane. But I think that might be is that could be concrete up there. Seeing the concrete right down there. Got the concrete there in operation, and I think what it's doing is concrete into the bin. It's transported up this device here, over and down, probably the structure with concrete reinforce and give it more strength, which it will definitely need if it's going to be catching a Starship. The camera I'm using is actually the camera. Its shutter on it. Ten frames per second. And so frames. So I can do first, which it just cut off because the battery died, I believe. battery. Yeah, saying 0% charge left on that battery. May not be able to keep streaming with the camera anymore. So it kind of dies like it just did. I can go right to the video that I had. Let me turn that. Try that one other battery. It has enough to charge longer. Be it for Fortunately, even though that battery said it had a lot, it went pretty quickly. And these AA didn't last very long. Okay, let's see what we have left now. 4%. Oh, is that? Oh, yeah. Well, the first person they can pass about here at the camera. That might be, but I think the big thing seems to be having more added to it. It's hard to keep everything they're doing here all the time. And I don't know, it kind of looks like the went off again. Kind of looks like the arm has moved more towards me. So that could be an illusion. To give a little more arm so I can anyway, thank all of y'all for joining me, and if y'all haven't had to read over the document, link in the description. This is the FAA. This is the environmental on everything that SpaceX would like to do out here. What do you think? I personally think it's an environment. So I do believe that SpaceX launch. They just FAA approval for a flight. Which hopefully they'll do next month. A lot of the document reads, the space to do these things, like the desalination plant, the power plant, in the future plans, SpaceX. And since my camera's died, that's why we're watching a video, or looking at a PDF file, now. I've depleted all the batteries in 4 hours here. I am looking to order an external battery for the camera, which would give more time up. Professional camera by USB, so that doesn't help me. It'd be nice if it could charge by USB, but professional camera, they don't people using it for that type of situation. As photos, then for live streaming or video blogging, or whatever you want to call it. So I'd like to say thank you to everybody who joined the channel today and who has spent time watching. Please like and subscribe. It does help. Hopefully I'll be getting some monetization from Google. That pays a very little bit. My channel has been monetized. So I do have a little bit of money coming that way, but to be honest, to let y'all know, for the past month, that has only totaled to $45 for an entire month. So it's not much, but it's not nothing. And that's what matters. And something, nothing. I'm just packing right now. So if y'all have any questions, now until I get back. In the car or back to the device. My cable. Okay. To come over here, I dropped that other cable. And let me They do have a lot of construction going on out here. Okay, the cable's in my pocket. I do have a USB cable for the camera. It does not data transfer. But it's funny, it also has power for like an external hard drive type of data cable. But like I said, I don't know if it will actually charge the battery. It won't hurt to leave it plugged in to find out. Anyway, I'm going to sign off for the day. and find something to eat like this, and then be back to pick someone up. Thank you all for joining. And please like and subscribe. And any donations does help. It does get quite costly to be out here. Thank you.